embed, create the live chat URL using your domain name and this video ID. So if your website was www and your video ID is, the link would be okay. On your website, create an embeddable link with the following format: 6040, youtube.com, channel live, your YouTube, channel live chat equals your YouTube ID. So if your website was example and you this live chat, live chat equals this and embed domain. And you must create an embeddable link with the following format: this, YouTube live chat, this, and embed here. And then you put this back up. And then this is this YouTube live stream. So if your website was this video ID, and this one is okay, create the live chat URL using your domain name and this video ID. Okay. Preview. Back is Update. Preview. Mm. I know it's coming through YouTube. Find the video ID from the embed code in the temporary YouTube link. For example, the video is this for this embed code. Find the video ID from the embed code in the temporary YouTube. Create the live chat URL using your domain name and this video ID. Create the live chat URL using your domain name and this video ID. Did this lady get let go? Let me go for a walk. Okay. See if I can do this kind of quick.
I'm in your house. What car? Where the fuck are you?
CNN.
This time he was handcuffed and treated as any other suspect would be. It was quite a stark difference between what he looked like when we first saw him, the world first saw him, and what he looked like now.
Sir Senator, thanks. As we mentioned, the President said made it clear his leg. Signature Council jointly now with one President's meeting with law enforcement officers. So what did the President say? Who exactly was he meeting?
He was meeting with a variety of law enforcement officials from across the country, and there's really a small circle of law enforcement officials from the General Order of Police and so on. And he's largely sequestered inside his fortress.
Can you remember the quote? So how are you doing, Dr. Alexander?
I'm doing great. I've been retired a little over a year and a half now, and to be perfectly honest with you, I came back home. My mother's 86. She's got some health issues. I had a long 40-year career, so it's actually just great to be back home, the place you were born and raised. It's a different experience than when I left here. When I was 17 years old to go to FAMU, you know, everybody's ready to get away from home and go off to college. But I enjoy being back home, but being back here and being able to go to the beach and spending time with my mom doing these, in these years of her life. So it's been great. But more recently, of course, I've been very much involved with what's going on socially across this country as it relates to police and community. And I've written a lot about police and community. I was on Obama's task force, 21st Century Policing, one of the 11 authors of that document that actually got trashed when the new administration came in. But now we're out here in this time that we're in with a lot of distress between police and community, a lack of trust, a lack of legitimacy that the people feel towards their police agencies in light of that video we saw on May 25th. And so I'm doing what I can from where I am to try to bring some insight from that of a psychologist and also from that as someone who has been a police administrator in 2 major cities in this country over the last number of years. So this is a very tough time for us. And, you know, I hear a lot about where police need more training. That is true. But to be perfectly honest with you, it's just not about training. It's about who we are selecting as police officers. So if you look at and think about, as much as we try not to think about it, the video that we all witnessed that went around the world, the horrible murder that we saw. We saw officer commit murder. We saw 3 others that stood by and did nothing. And it was very obvious to us what was occurring, but we also have to remember what led up to that point. So we got 400 years of history that led up to that. Mm-hmm. But in more recent weeks, we saw the Albury case in South Georgia, of a black man being run down and shot and killed by 2 guys in the truck. That's so reminiscent of what? Slavery, right? And then on top of that, we have Breonna Taylor asleep in bed at night on a no-knock warrant that should have probably never been issued. Lose her life, right? And still no arrest in that. It's still under investigation, no arrest. But in the middle of the night, what is reminiscent of that? Again, you know what I mean? All this is tied to so much of our history in a negative way. Mm-hmm. And then if that wasn't enough, the old Emmett Till move, if you will. Hey, there's a black man that's threatening me. And here's a woman who took her being a white woman and weaponized it to police to hurry out to her rescue in hopes of doing some harm to this black man. I've always asked the question, it would have been interesting had it been 2 black officers that showed up, what she would have done then, I guess called cops on them too. But what is that reminiscent of? Old history, right? That's what cost Emmett Till his life. That same type of behavior, that same, I know who I am, I can weaponize that. And then she later come to give this apology that really have no meaning to it because she was very well conscious of what it is that she did. And then if that was not enough, on May 25th, we saw this horrific murder. And then people ask the question, well, why is the city, why are people marching? Why are people angry? If you're not angry, something is seriously wrong with you.
Right.
If you're not sad, if you're not frustrated, something is wrong with you. And of course, let me be clear about something. We cannot go out and destroy property. We cannot go out and burn down property and do those things. But you can be angry and you can march peacefully. And in your dad's era, in the civil rights movement, they were very angry as well too. But they harnessed that anger and they used it as fuel to take them where they needed to go. And I think what we're seeing today is things starting to simmer down. We're still seeing the protests, but within the protests, we're also seeing people being peaceful. They're raising their voices. They're stomping in the streets. And that's what they should do. And I would tell you, for someone like me, who's been a 40-year veteran in policing, I'm angry like everyone else because the things that we have seen and witnessed and the things that I know myself and many other chiefs across this country, both black and white, we've all tried to do better than those that came before us so that our people and people in general across this country would feel that they would be served well.
So let me ask you this: how important is accountability factor for officers?
It is hugely important, and several things here again have to go together. We got to recruit better. We got to train better, and we got to supervise our officers who are out there delivering call and delivering service. But accountability is huge in the sense that if I'm a chief of an agency, it is important for me to set the tone, the example of how I want my men and women to conduct themselves. I may have a small command staff of assistant chiefs and majors that I meet with once, twice a week. My attitude and how I demonstrate my thoughts and actions towards the work we do and the people that we serve really gets transmitted to them, and they also share that with the last person hired. And I will always say that leadership plays a huge part in the function of a healthy police environment. And one of the challenges we have in America today is that when you hear this whole thing, well, it's just a couple of bad officers. Well, oftentimes it is. But you have to ask the question, what's sustaining those officers in that larger environment? You look at those 4 officers in Minneapolis, you look at their behavior, a murderous behavior, and those who were complicit that did not do anything or say anything. What does that say about the broader Minneapolis Police Department culture? What does that say about the culture? How can that culture hold and sustain those types of personalities and those types of behaviors? So what I have asked many chiefs across the country to do, elected officials to do, take a good look inside your police department. Look at your policies, look at your leadership, check and see what your accountability is, and have a way of measuring what it is that you do, because if you can't measure any success, then you don't know what you're doing. Don't tell me you're a good department if you can't metrically, using some type of metric, explain to me what that is. Don't tell me that you have a few bad officers, but yet they still sustain themselves inside. They still exist and able to survive inside your organization. So it's one of those things where we have to, and we're beginning to see that. We're going to see a lot of police reform in this country, and I think it's going to be to the benefit of this country. You're going to see Minneapolis that we hear people saying they're going to dismantle their department. Well, they're not going to dismantle it. What they're going to do is restructure they're going to create new opportunities for now the community to come in and have an opportunity themselves to take part in helping write policy. What is it that they want to see their police department do and be? Because the police department does not belong to the chief. The police department belongs to the people, the taxpayer, who you are providing service to. And so that department should be an open book, and it should be well trained to be able to confront any threat, because there are bad people out there, right? There are bad people out there, right? But there are good people out there, and we cannot bunch them all up together and treat people in a way that is not respectful. We got a lot of great men and women out there who are doing a very tough job called policing. Their family members, their husbands, their wives, their friends of ours, their cousins, we all know them. You know, we all know a police officer somewhere, right? And we know that many of them are good people, but the ones who are bad, it now becomes the responsibility of that larger organization to do what they can to get their butts out of there, because they're not helping, they're doing harm in this community, and particularly communities of color at this very moment in history deserve better. And it's all about treating people equally, fairly, and constitutionally. All people, you treat them the same. I've chiefed in cities that have been where I've had a large African-American population, DeKalb County, and I've chiefed in cities that had a large white population, upstate New York. And what I will tell you at the end of the day, how people are treated has a lot to do with the leadership in those organizations, what their attitude is, what their expectation is, and you don't accept anything short of that from anyone.
Well, thank you very much, and we don't have enough time, but the next time I do engage you, I want to talk about your response to the defunding of these police departments, because that is an issue with the next generation. But I know we don't have time now. And the trauma issue, yeah. So we're going to figure out how to have another conversation with you.
You need to figure out, because I need to talk about both of those things, especially defunding, how the terminology is being used, and also around some of the psychology of policing as well.
So we're going to do a special session with you, but
let's do
it. Before we close this out, I've been asking everybody, if you had to tell these young people don't stop until, what would you tell them?
Don't stop, because there is no end. There is no end goal in this. We're going to be fighting. Your dad fought all the way up to the end of his life. You and I are going to fight Dr. King up to the end of our life, whether it ends tomorrow or whether it ends 50 years from now. There is no end to this fight. You're going to move this on from generation to generation, because even if we reach what we would like to think to be the top of the mountain, if you will, if we reach that mountaintop, we also got to fight to stay there once you get there. So there is no end. You will always fight, but do what's always right by all people, regardless of who they are or where they're from.
Paste the embed code onto your
website. Thank you for that. We appreciate you. Thank you for making time in your schedule. We appreciate you.
Love being here with you guys. God bless you.
God bless you.
Wow. There's a lot to cover.
Navigate to the YouTube, go to YouTube features.
There's so much more to talk about.
Yeah, because that's the issue that's real, like a hot button issue right now, that we got to address. But you know, my father talked about the triple evils of poverty, racism, and militarism, and there's an intersectionality with those evils. But there's one voice that is emerged
navigate to the
as one of the
YouTube
strongest
features
moral
page.
voices in our time. In this country, Reverend Dr. William Barber, and he's taking time out of his busy schedule. He is in the midst of planning his mass Poor People's Assembly and Moral March on Washington, which takes place on June 20th. And I'm just so glad my friend and brother took a moment out to come on tonight. We need to hear your voice. We need to know how what you are doing connects to this moment, because we know that the twins, Daddy said this, that economic injustice and racial injustice are inseparable twins. So just talk to us right now, next hour, because we need to hear that moral voice.
Yes.
Well, first of all, let me thank you, Dr. King, and thank you, co-host, for allowing me to come. June 20th, 2020, we had planned to be on Pennsylvania Avenue, but with COVID, we've now gone digital. And I was listening to Wynton Marsalis talk about
Customized job.
coalition building, and people can go to www.june2020. White people are coming. White people from the coal mines
Channel
that your father
advanced
talked about
settings.
are connected with Black people from the Delta of Mississippi. The Apache
Advanced
Nation, all of
settings.
them are coming, and they're connecting with Latino meat packers. And on that day,
Move
we won't have a
channel
lot of
to your Google
speakers about
account or a different
poor and
account.
low income will speak themselves. Because
Custom
one
URL,
of the
channel
realities we have
URL.
to deal with is we've added to your father's interlocking evils. We call them interlocking injustices: systemic racism, systemic poverty, ecological devastation, and the denial of health care, the war economy, and the false moral narrative of religious nationalism and white evangelicalism that have formed together this interlocking injustices that need to be met by a moral fusion movement. Now, we talk about, people say what happened to George Floyd, and it's important that we understand, and you would know this word from Emery, the Zitzenlake, the setting. When did this happen? So we get a lynching on camera. First of all, it was on camera. The hero is that 17-year-old girl that, like David, stood before that Goliath of death and would not put that camera up. We saw that, but when did we see that? Because we had just seen another killing, with a shotgun, but we didn't see it. We didn't see somebody pose. We didn't see somebody adjust their weight to make it worse. We didn't see somebody casual with their sunglasses on their head. But we also have to remember what moment we're in. Before COVID hit, we've been doing the Poor People's Campaign. 140 million people in this country today that are poor and oppressed. 140 million. 700 people dying every day from poverty before COVID. 250,000 a year. 7 people die from vaping, and you get a White House hearing at a congressional briefing. Before COVID, we had
Okay, I found it.
We have the least amount of voting rights we've had since August 6, 1965, because the Voting Rights Act was gutted in 2013. 4 million families can get up every morning and buy unleaded gas, can't buy unleaded water. 80 million people in a country that has the best healthcare anywhere. We're the only country in the world of the top 25 that connects healthcare to your job and not to your humanity. 80 million people either underinsured or uninsured, and 2,800 people die for every 500,000 people that don't have insurance. And the 14 states that deny healthcare, most of them are in the South. And interestingly, they denied because they hate that a Black man brought it to being. But the reality is, if they pass healthcare in the South, in Georgia, and North Carolina, it would actually help more white people than it would Black. And then on top of that, before we ever get to COVID, 53 cents of every discretionary dollar in the defense going to the war economy, to contract, not even to the soldiers, and less than 13 to 14% to education, healthcare, infrastructure. And then on top of that, we have COVID. And COVID exposes the wounds of our society, racism and poverty. Then 100,000 people died in less than 4 months. And then you see the lynching. So you have to connect all of that when that man said, I can't breathe, and he died and the breath went out of him, a whole lot of folk identified with that I can't breathe. I can't breathe. And then people, I'm doing some research. Did you know George Floyd had COVID? Did you know that he lost his job because of COVID? He didn't have decent unemployment. He didn't have decent sick leave. He went to Minnesota. He got an essential job. But that's just a name change. We called them 60 days ago, we called them service job. Now we call them essential jobs, but we don't give people the essentials that they need.
Right. So
in this context, that's right. So in this context, Dr. King, we are having, what I think we're having is public mourning. And America would do well to listen to the mourning. You know, your father said, I was reading this the other day, he said, as long as America postpones justice, this was in a speech of the two Americas, the other America. He said, we stand in the position of having reoccurrences of violence and riots. He said, social justice and progress are the absolute guarantees of riot prevention.
Right.
He said, social justice and progress. So for America, we better listen to these morals. And we better take into consideration what your mother called the violence. You know, when she talked about violence is not just someone getting killed. Violence is denying health care, denying education, denying labor rights. But I love that part where she said even an apathetic attitude that doesn't address the other forms of violence is a form of violence. So one last thing. I was thinking as you asked me today about, you know, getting ready for this, and then we're inviting all people. We sent 50 million invites out to June 20th, 2020. And I really want people to come and hear this counterintuitive, see people who have decided to change the narrative and build power. Because we got to change the narrative, put a face on these numbers. And then we got to build voting power. Did you know right now in this country, we did a study with Columbia University and said that 15% of poor and low wealth people of every race, creed, and color would register and vote, you could fundamentally change politics even in the South.
Wow.
Now your daddy said to us, he said every time there was, see, I've been wondering why is Trump, why is all this stuff happening? Excuse me for saying, you know, I won't be positive, but why is all this stuff happening? Well, your father told us at the end of the summer, the Montgomery March, he said, America goes through these reconstructions, I'm paraphrasing, but he said every time there's the possibility for poor blacks and poor whites to build a beloved community, the aristocracy sows division. He called it the bourbon class. It's right. Most people don't read that part of the speech. He said the bourbon class sows division. Every time they fear the power. So all this division we see, all this voter suppression, all this trying to divide black and white folk is actually folk who fear that the time has come, that demographic shifts have happened, that coalition building is especially possible to change the political calculus. So wow. So Trump then is operating out of fear. The White Evangelists is operating out of fear. The Tea Party is operating out of fear. The question is, do we see? And that's why I think with all this mourning in the street, we need to mobilize, but we need to mobilize and to lead to unity, black and white and brown coming together, along that especially poor and low wealth. We need to lead to voting, but not just voting. We need to lead to voting for an agenda, and then after the election, stay engaged. And we need to understand the mandate for what politicians don't have to shift in this moment. They need to listen to the mourning, because the mourning in the street is telling them the public policy they need to pass. Pass public policy that matches the tears. Pass public policy that matches the crowd. Right? And then we'll see fundamental transformation. One other thing, if I'm not too long, let justice roll down like waters, righteousness like a mighty stream. Now, like you, I'm a theologian, been trained. So every now and then, I do what they tell us to do every now and then, and read the text before that. I often wonder why, the father and others would quote that text. But if you go back, I think it's 8 scriptures above that text, let justice roll down like water. Here's what you read. I'm going to read it in the Message. I'm reading it in the Hip Hop Bible so that young folks can get it too. It says, when justice is being trampled on, here's verse 16. Go out into the street and lament loudly. Fill the malls and the shops with the cries of doom. Weep loudly, not us, and not now, and not in our time. Empty the offices, empty the stores, empty the factories, empty the workplaces, and list everybody you can find in a general lament, crying and wailing in the street. I need a remnant that will go in the street and cry loud. And then it says, God want to hear it. And when I hear the lament, then God will come and help you. And then 6 verses later it said, let justice roll down. Hey, God. You see, I'm sorry, Pentecostal. I'm saying? So this, what we see is actually the precursor.
To justice.
There
right
is
now.
no letting justice roll down like waters until a remnant decides it's too much death. And somebody's got to cry. And somebody's got to go in the streets and go in the mall and shut it down and just cry and refuse to be comforted and won't accept the same old, same old. Then God says, if I can hear you crying, it has nothing to do with your enemy. If I can hear you crying, if I can see you shut it down non-violently, I'll make a visit. And I want to see if that's true. See, my problem is I'm a conservative Christian. I come up with the Bible. I had to quote scripture before I ate a biscuit. You couldn't even eat in my house until you said about a Bible verse, and you couldn't say Jesus wept either. You had to show them quote scripture. I want to see, is that true? If we go in the street and we cry loud and we fill up, I want to see God honor that through his people and let justice roll down like water. And so the morning, people said, what's the hope? I said, the hope is the morning. Do you know the worst thing that could happen is for all this death to be happening? Death because of healthcare, death because of poverty, death because of lynching. And folks just say, oh, well, the protest is a sign of love.
Yes.
The protest is the hope, because you only protest what you still believe can be fixed.
That's right.
The thing we don't want is for folks to stop protesting.
That's right. So that's what I want you to do right now, because I said the other day, don't stop until. What do you want to say? Don't stop until what?
I want to say don't stop until together, all of us.
No, I want you to do it in your preacher voice.
Oh, Lord have mercy. You hear that? Now, you're going to start something on this live stream. You know I don't have much sense as it is now. I'm trained, but you know how it is. But don't stop until together, regardless of race, class, or creed, we see the end or the coming of the end of systemic racism, systemic poverty, ecological devastation, denial of health care, the war economy, and the false mythology of religious nationalism. Don't stop until either we see the end or the coming of the end of those things.
All right. Wow. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you.
God bless you.
I like it. Amen and hallelujah. And thank you.
Don't you stop doing what you're doing.
Yeah, don't you
stop preaching. Don't you stop sharing the truth. Don't you stop raising the consciousness of America.
Yes. We gotta save the soul of America.
We got to.
Yes, and you're doing an excellent job.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
I hope to hear your voice on the 20th. We're working all of that out. And one of these days we're gonna go up in those hills in the coal mine. Where we
yes, I'm looking forward to that.
They love your father up there. They say he's the last preacher to care anything about.
Yeah.
I'm serious. And
you know, Dr. Barbara, real quick, you know, when you came to Ebenezer, you told us it was time to have a meeting.
Time to have a meeting?
And we didn't do it then, but we're forced to do it now.
Yes,
all right.
God bless y'all.
God bless you.
Take care. June 2020. Take care.
June 2020.
Amen. Wow. Well, after that, Dr. King,
we can't do anything but welcome a worshiper, a pastor of the Greenleaf Christian Church.
Yes.
And Bishop Jason Nelson
singing I Matter.
I can't breathe, let me live. When will my life be considered equal? I can't run, I can't sleep. Why can't I walk down the street? Every day it feels like there's another sequel. And my life matters. Why do you see a threat? My life matters. You judge me and we never met. So much inequality, racism, police brutality. I matter. My life matters.
I'm invisible unless there's someone to cast the blame on. Not seeing for my value, but simply one you can blame for all of the ills of society. To carry the weight of the community. Guilty till proven innocent, and the price of proof may be my death. Where's the justice? We demand justice. My life matters. Why do you see a threat? My life matters. You judge me and we never met. So much inequality, racism, police brutality. I matter. My life matters. You matter. Your life matters. We matter. Our Black lives matter. I matter. My life matters. I matter. My life matters.
Wow. 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 How you doing?
I'm well. This is my first time actually performing a song, so I flub the words, but that's how it is.
That's okay. But they went deep into the soul. Wow.
Thank you.
Wow.
I'm honored to be here. Thank you all for the opportunity.
Yeah. So in the midst of all this, was this? I've got a bad echo.
It's on my.
Okay. So just want to ask you. I know that all this is going on inspired you to write this song. Tell us, how are you feeling right now as you see this song touching the lives of so many people? It's really amazing. When I heard it, I almost start crying. So how does it make you feel to really be able to tap into this moment and tap into this movement and God use you in such a way?
You know what? It's amazing. I was looking at all of the things that were happening around the country, just death after death after death, and really, I really feel like the Lord just prodded me to pick up my pen and start writing. And as I was writing the song, I didn't even realize at the moment that I was speaking to the ills that were happening with Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor. They were really the ones that were right in the forefront of my thinking. And God just gave me a language for especially Black men and Black women who are struggling with, trying to live in a society that really is not designed to benefit them.
So as a pastor, just in closing, how do you, we know that Jesus is our hope, but in this existential experience, how do you keep them focused in this hour with all of the barrage of emotions that many of us are having?
You know what?
Okay, that should work. I just tried to embed my YouTube channel and got the same error. I'm going to try streaming and see.
When someone is resisting, it starts at a different level of compliance. You're asking him to put his own behind his back. But in watching this video, it's obvious that at a certain point he's in distress. He is not attempting to fight you. He is definitely in distress. He's telling you he can't breathe, and you can hear that in his voice. You can actually see it in his face. But you see him not taking any actions toward the officer, more so trying to maybe clutch his own chest. I mean, he's trying to bring his arms in, but not in an aggressive way. And so I think we see this, and he's definitely in distress. This was tough to watch. I watched this, it took me back to what we're seeing with Mr. Floyd. But he's definitely in distress. He tells them about his heart. And so you have to begin to take that consideration. And yes, police officers run across suspects say different things. You have to assess things based on the merit of that moment.
Is joining us tonight.
I would imagine, some officers would say, well, people say all the time, you're hurting me. I don't know how one deals with that. Obviously, there must be. How do you deal with that?
You have to assess the situation, but in this domain, you don't grasp the prayer. And so I think you have to assess the situation. If someone's grasping
Black
prayer,
lives really
you can look
mattering,
look on his face that he is
and people
determined.
being seen as human really materialize.
Police reform is a lot of different things, to a lot of different people.
No, there we go. Well, first, Dr. King and Anita, thank you for doing this and having myself with all of these other incredible individuals on this program. The first thing that I would share is that we need to recognize that there are two pandemics that are operating. We have COVID-19 and COVID-16-19. From the moment that we landed upon these shores, we have been dealing with this global pandemic that America has exported all across the world. But it should be noted that the people of African descent have been resistors, trying to inject the vaccine to COVID-16-19 in these United States. And the moment that we were released, the emancipation moment in 1865 to 1877 of Reconstruction, we had the greatest level of governmental efficiency in the South because we have black legislators. And whenever there is resistance, you have white resentment that shows up afterwards. And then you have the re-enslavement of over 500,000 black people known as the peonage system. We know as sharecropping and taking people back to the prison system. But what we need to recognize in this moment is that we have to examine our history. Number one. Number two, we have to recognize that when we organize, we have more authority and power than those who think they are in power. And we have to deal with this global pandemic. And we have one particular viral agent, COVID-45, who is doing more to spread the pandemic than anyone currently in elected office right now.
So let me ask you this question, because there's a lot of young people who are struggling right now. We're talking about tomorrow in Georgia, we're voting in our primary. And we have this election coming up. What is it that we can really say for the next generation to really understand the importance of this election like none ever before? Because many of them are dismissive.
Yeah, there's a cynicism that seems to fall. And I said, don't fall for the okie-doke of cynicism and anger. Let's put it into organizing. And one of the ways is voting. But let's not get caught up in the national election. What those who want to keep things status quo is that they do not want us to recognize the power of the local ballot, the DA and the sheriff and all of these things. Here in Chicago, we were able, especially after the Laquan McDonald case, we were able to elect a new district attorney who has a completely different perspective in terms of how you are to prosecute cases, that no longer is it a crime to be poor, that we many times we incarcerate people because they are poor, especially the bail system functions in such a way because you're poor. And in many cities, if you want to be on a jury, you got to be a registered voter. And so if you actually want to make change, you have to vote. The other piece is that we want to make sure that we are electing judges. We've seen this administration recognize that they want to push through as many judges who are loyal to ideology and not loyal to the Constitution as judiciary. So we have an opportunity during elections that we have to elect locally. And recognize that is where the great political power is on the local level. Now, I'm not dismissing the presidency, but I want to see some mayors and I want to see some aldermen and city council people who are progressive. I want to see people who recognize that COVID-19 is one of the greatest health threats to Black people, period. That COVID-19, racism, is a greater threat than COVID-19 will ever be, because all COVID-19 does is pull back the health disparities that are happening with people who are disinherited in America.
And so Otis Moss III, in this hour with our young people in the street, where do we go from here? In the words of Dr. King, you know, he said chaos of community. Where do we go from here?
You know, I am excited and I am very hopeful in this moment because we're seeing the first multiracial global coalition of people who recognize Black people. We have been screaming and hollering and speaking about the pain and the anguish and the oppression that has happened in this country to no avail. Well, not to no avail, but in many ways, other people.
YouTube, embed, live stream, channel equal.
From a gentleman in Perth, Australia, by the name of Jared McKenna. 10,000 people, Australians, led by Aboriginals who were shouting Black Lives Matter, justice for George Floyd. I was sent a picture of someone, a graffiti artist in Syria, who was painting graffiti, a picture of George Floyd on a bombed out building that said, "Say no to racism, Black Lives Matter." Our Palestinian brothers and sisters are lifting up the name of George Floyd. For the first time, we are witnessing allies who are not Black, who recognize the anguish and Black pain, and they see that they are tied, that our destiny is tied together. That when you hold them, you hold down Black people, you're also holding down yourself. My father puts it this way, and I love the way he says it. He says, injustice has an ascending cost. If you want to pay more money, continue to oppress. But if you want lower taxes, if you want to spend less money, he says justice has a descending cost. Because it costs to incarcerate $136,000 to incarcerate one person. But you can take that same money and make sure that an individual was able to go to a 4-year college institution. See that injustice has an ascending cost. When we recognize that we spend more money trying to oppress, that we end up spending less money when we decide to live in a just society. That's why it's important that we defund the police. The police should not be involved in mental health care. The police should not be in our elementary schools. The police should not be dealing with homelessness. Here in Chicago, we have the largest mental health facility in the nation. It's called the Cook County Jail. It makes no sense that over 4,000 people are incarcerated solely because they have a public health challenge, but because we don't live with compassion, because we are not living in a space where we think about creating a just society. We would rather pluck them off the street, any of them who are veterans, and incarcerate them instead of recognizing it's a public health crisis.
Wow. So if you can say now in this hour to my young brothers and sisters, your young brothers and sisters that are out there protesting, don't stop until, what would you tell them?
I would tell them, don't stop until we all can breathe. Don't stop until the new Jim Crow is a distant memory. Don't stop until misogyny is a memory in the American consciousness. Don't stop until Black creativity, imagination, and brilliance becomes the norm of how we think about each other. Do not stop until we allow all people not only to breathe free, but poverty to be erased from our particular memory. Don't stop until we can witness the beloved community. When all of us, whether you are Muslim or Methodist, whether you are Sikh or sanctified, whether you are Latino or Lutheran, whether you are queer, whether you are Quaker, whether you are Baptist, whether you are Buddhist, whether you're an atheist or you are an Asian, it does not make a difference until all of us can recognize that we can live within these yet to be United States of America.
Wow. Otis, I saw you grow up. You make me proud. Yeah, I remember. Wow. You are a major important voice in this country, and we thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for your witness and your work. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for doing it.
Pastor Otis Moss III. Yeah, give your father our love. Yeah.
I will certainly do that. I will get on the phone as soon as I get off, and I will give him prayer. He's going to ask. Thank you.
Wow. It's been 7 days. consolidate. And we might stop this particular one, just we're not going to stop working on the issues of justice and equity, Black people, so that all people can live in what he said, these yet to be United States of America, as true brothers and sisters. And I know that many of us have been weeping over the last, some of us all our life. But the nation is weeping as George Floyd cried out for his mother.
Do you think that
Those of us who lost mothers know what that really means. And then we wept even more when we saw this viral video. A young man, young Black boy, Keaton Bryant singing lyrics written for him by his mother, Janetta Bryant, I Just Wanna Live. And this is that hour where these young people on the streets really saying Black lives deserve, not just deserve, they matter. And they just want to live. They want to live and be respected and have dignity and have equity and justice all across this world. So even though we are going to leave this platform tonight, continue your protests, continue to lift your voices, continue to cry out, continue to sacrifice, continue to support the legislation that you're going to hear more and more about. And we're going to come back to you in another kind of way, because we want to make sure that the protest translates into progressive action and change in our nation. And so, Keidron,
well, Dr. King, you have to do, I know we're gonna share some of your don't stop, but if you had to tell them today, don't stop. Oh, and also we need to remind people to take the training about our webinars as well. So if you're interested in learning more about how to mobilize and organize, if you're interested in learning how to begin to deal with how to do anti-racist work, please email us at nb365@thekingcenter.org. We're going to start our virtual sessions in the upcoming weeks, and we want to share with you some ways we know for sure to mobilize and organize to get the outcomes you desire in your communities.
So I'm gonna reverse it on you, because my video's gonna say it all. Okay. So I'm gonna reverse it on you and say, don't stop until.
Don't stop until we see the annihilation of the triple evils of poverty, war, and racism. Don't stop until we see the manifestation of the beloved.
And don't stop until we see the real manifestation of the kingdom of God. Kingdom of God, not God's. Keidron Bryant, God bless you, my brother.
God bless you.
We love you. We appreciate you.
Good night, everyone. Keidron Bryant.
Is making sure that you survive a specific situation and how it has to be done.
I'm a young Black man, doing all that I can to stay.
You see that they don't give you that option a lot of times.
I just want to be clear, because I think maybe some people who read this interview in print will hear you say something should be blown up. I know what you mean, but you're speaking metaphorically about just the kind of systematic change that really needs to take place, not just in police, but in the education.
I'm not talking about how people yeah, I'm not talking about planting a bomb somewhere, blowing up an institution. I'm talking about blowing up the rhetoric around a specific institution and how it functions. Making sure that everything changes in the way that that particular thing is applied to everyone across the board.
It's really fascinating talking to you, and you not only have an extraordinary career now, but you have an extraordinary life and life of involvement, and I appreciate talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I hope everyone out there is being as safe as they can possibly be. And don't forget that it's a pandemic, even in the midst of all this. And thank you all that are paying attention and now understand that, you know, Black Lives Matter. We're not saying they matter more. We're just saying they matter.
L. Jackson. Up next, remember the president's claim he was only inspecting the White House bunker and wasn't taking much to it by the Secret Service for his own safety? Well, today his own attorney general did not tell that story. Instead, seems to have told the truth. Actually, he tells that.
I love my babysitter. She laughs when I burp. We got her from care.com.
Go to care.com for free babysitters and nannies with profiles, reviews, and more. It costs less than you think, and we can make it easy to pay. Care.com.
Let's say your car needs a new part, like an alternator. You could get just the one part at the typical auto parts store. Or for the same money at rockauto.com, get the alternator plus the belt and tensioner you need to do the repair right and have money left over to buy lunch. Since 1999, rockauto.com has provided reliably low prices, easy to use website, huge selection of parts, and fast shipping.
Cheers to short deals. Realtor.com, the home of home search. Here's to dancing, nobody's watching. Realtor.com, the home of home search.
Walking into a clothing store is a completely different experience for me now. It's amazing. I'm learning how the brain works, but not just any brain, but my brain.
This is not just some temporary kind of fix. It's psychology.
Visit Noom.com and change your life for good.
At BMW, we know leaving the road wasn't easy, but anticipating our return taught us to appreciate every drive. The exhilaration, the ultimate adventure. Moments to strengthen your favorite profiles. The freedom to explore just because. Outside the usual road, this way is here. Back to work, 0.9% financing.
So OTC can stop frequent heartburn before it begins. This time, causes each of the esophagus. OTC uses a unique delayed formula that helps it pass through the tough stomach acid and to turn down the acid production, blocking heartburn at the source. With just one pill a day, you get 24-hour heartburn protection. Prilosec OTC, one pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn.
Mindstalker is the sadistic killer wanted for a series of murders. The killer is Abraham Marcelo. This is the guy that killed him because he ate food. Oh shit. Left her bound, strangled, and deceased on her bed. And he whispered in her ear, every scary people were posted by the this July on HLN.
The best thing about certified pre-owned Volkswagen vehicles isn't the 100-point inspection. It's not even the comprehensive warranty code. It's that right now, you can buy a certified pre-owned Volkswagen at 0% for 60 months. You might have thought the best thing was their 24-hour roadside assistance or complimentary serious activity subscription. Clear and meticulously constructed, but right now, it's the 5 years of zero interest. Shop EWFlorida.com.
Shelter.
Okay.
This is Key West. Life just wouldn't be complete without visa. Key West, close to Earth, far from world.
Cuomo. Let's get after it.
Tonight, fact check of the president from the president's own attorney general. Today on Fox News, Attorney General Barr said something that finally, definitively lied, or even at the time the president said it, sounded untrue. We knew it was a lie when he said it, but now we know for sure. It's about what happened 2 Fridays ago when the Murphy report said the president and first family had been taken to the White House bunker as a safety precaution. And there's nothing unreasonable about that. It's not a sign of weakness, or especially unusual, frankly. Yet the president, when asked about it later, simply could not admit that that had ever happened.
I went down during the day, and I was there for a tiny, little short period of time, and it was much more for an inspection. There was no problem during the day. They said it would be a good time to go down, take a look, because maybe sometime you're going to need it.
Yeah, just, it was a good time to take an inspection of the bunker first time. Yeah, sure, do that. Today on Fox News, Attorney General Barr the arrest, saying, quote, things were so bad that the Secret Service recommended that the president go down to the bunker. Wow, you just said it. I like that the president lies about something, and they don't even get their lies straight. We turn it over to Chris for Cuomo Prime Time. You would think they would coordinate the lies. Well, I mean, I don't know.
At this point,
why would they?
lie, deny, and defy. Those are the 3 rules of divide and conquer. And that's what they do. They tell different stories, as long as it's appeasing to the people they want to appease, and it makes our job all the more important. You just did it perfect. That's what matters. You showed it for what it is. And Anderson, I, for one, thank you for that. I am Chris Cuomo. Welcome to Prime Time. Thousands surrounding George Floyd's casket today in D.C. on the eve of his funeral. The man charged with murdering him made his first court appearance outside Minneapolis today. Tonight, we have the lawyer for Thomas Lane here. You'll see him on your screen. He is one of the other 3 officers charged with aiding and abetting murder. Given how new a couple of these officers were, this prosecution is going to be trickier than first imagined. This lawyer says his client did not just stand by and watch Floyd die. What is his case? And what is his proof? We'll hear tonight. But first, you've got this new movement growing within the movement for change. Defund the police in America, or at least in Minneapolis. That's the city council in Minneapolis talk. They have the votes to do it. But what will it mean? Let's ask Council President Lisa Bender here tonight. Ms. Bender, thank you very much for joining us on Prime Time.
Thank you for having me.
All right, let's get the messaging clear here. Are you really calling for the disbanding of the police department, meaning it goes away?
Well, yesterday, 9 city council members stood together with our community and pledged to rethink public safety in our community and to acknowledge that the current Minneapolis Police Department is not working to keep our community safe. And really what we pledged was to start a year-long conversation with Minneapolis residents to help us reimagine what public safety looks like and make the short-term fixes that are so needed in our department.
Better, smarter, safer, those are all things that are clearly needed. The controversial part of it becomes well, you can't just get rid of it right now. You wouldn't have anything. I heard you asked about this. What happens if somebody comes in the middle of the night and I call, and you answer the question by saying, well, that desire speaks to a privilege. Yes, but not white privilege, black privilege, any color privilege. We need police. Do you agree?
I agree that our #1 priority is the safety of every single person in our communities. And yes, we still have a police department today. We have had a police department for 150 years. So as we look forward into the future, the answer is yes, absolutely. If something is happening, there needs to be someone to call. And the answer is yes, that absolutely. We need to make sure that every single person in our community feels safe. But we have a crisis of confidence in our police department. Our University of Minnesota, the local school board, the Parks District, major employers in our city, a local law firm, have all ended their relationships with our police department in the last week. make sure that when you call, that the public has confidence that that department, that system is keeping people safe. And that's our urgent priority in that list, is to make sure, again, every single resident of our city feels safe, is safe, and that we do start to address those systems of racial injustice, that folks are out in the streets protesting,
Right.
that so many community leaders are speaking out and speaking up again.
Right, but of course, there could be no worse crisis than you calling because you need help and nobody answers. That's why I'm asking you that, because you're getting beaten over the head with something that seems ridiculous to people, which is they're gonna get rid of the police and they don't even know what to replace it with. There's nothing worse for a community. So I want to give you the chance to clarify, because politically, it's
Hello.
You've got the
Hi there, young lady.
Hey, how are you?
Good, and you? I said, I gotta call her. And I said, right now. And I'm calling. If I don't do it, my Lord. How are you being?
I'm fine. Working hard.
I hear you. I thought about you the other day too, because I knew, right? You do like telehealth?
Yes,
I was
yes.
like, well, your business picked up.
Yes, we have.
Okay.
We've been literally running nonstop.
Exactly.
All the way through COVID. And
Yeah. Because it was a service, like you provide, like trying to get companies to take on that service.
Right. So I don't know who Miami Herald is with, but like Cigna is one of our health plans.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you have Cigna Healthcare, you probably have telehealth.
We have
Teladoc, yeah. Teladoc is our number one competitor.
Mm-hmm. I remember, actually, I did tell you it was Teladoc. I remember you saying that.
Yes, and they still are.
What is yours?
MD Live.
MD Live. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a commercial, but it wasn't Teladoc. I think it must have been the telehealth then. But that's when I thought about you.
Yeah.
Because the doctor was talking about how it increased, drastically, of course.
Yeah, I mean,
and how effective it is still. Though.
One day we had, I want to say one day in March, we had like 7,000 visits in one day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Compared to like what?
Oh my gosh. Maybe around about 1,000, 2,000.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a big difference.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Definitely.
That's the thing about it, even in the midst of this craziness with COVID, there have been these blessings in it, that are just.
And that's true.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? We're also seeing a ramp up in all of our product offerings. So we do offer, the medical visits, we offer behavioral health as well as dermatology. And we've seen a ramp in all of our areas. Behavioral health last month, we had over 6,000 visits in above the prior month. So, people are home, but people are scared, and if I can do it from my house, why do I have to go into an office when, I'm scared, about what's out there.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. Because before it just felt safer just to go to see your doctor, but now you figured it out. That's kind of like us at work, actually. Our job, they're figuring out, everyone was kind of thinking that people weren't going to be productive enough working from home, and it's actually been the complete opposite. I feel like we work way more than we did before.
Oh my God.
And so now, like, leadership can see this is doable, and as we're dealing with financial issues, that means we don't have to be in these big old buildings.
Right.
That people can actually work from home. Actually, they're going to get ready to announce that, and more buildings are, we're going to get out of leases.
Right.
Because you don't have to be physically in the building. So.
And what's so crazy, we had just moved to Miramar.
Really?
Literally, we moved in February. Like the beginning of February, we moved over to Miramar, into the Arise building. The Carnival Cruise Line building.
Yes.
Yeah, we moved there, and the end of maybe it was the end of February, I think. CEO was like, everybody go home.
Oh, really? So y'all did it early.
Yes, it was like
Yeah.
everybody go home. They had a skeleton crew of people who, needed to come into the office, like, every other day. I know our AP, because they have to cut checks, they'll go in like on Friday, but everyone else have been working from home.
And figuring it out.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that is good. I mean, I've kind of approached this kind of temporarily as far as my work area
Right.
at home. And I'm like, okay, now this has become more permanent. So I need to create like a space, because the only thing, like I'm saying, I'm working more, because whereas I don't like the commute to me separated work from home. It's like when I was on my way from work home, that meant work is done, home is starting. But now home and work are in the same place.
Right. And that is true, because literally right now I'm sitting at my desk in front of my computer.
Yeah.
And I'm telling myself, okay, it's 9 o'clock now, girl.
Exactly.
Go ahead and But Brianna, she left. She went with her dad yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, she and the dog. So the house is empty. So I don't
Right.
really,
So
I don't
you feel like
really
you're
have to go get in the bed.
Exactly. You don't feel like you have to do anything for anyone, but like health-wise, like mental state, it's just like you have to disconnect. And I can sit in front of that computer for so long, because there's always something else. I'll say, let me just get this one thing done. Let me get this one thing done.
Right.
And that turns into like 15 little things, and then something else gets revealed. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna, and I just clicked another tab and just sit here, just talk. Let me open this.
Right.
Child, let me close this.
Oh, let you close that.
Right.
But I want to touch base with you on the 17th. I mean, the 21st.
The 21st.
I don't know why I think that date is the 17th.
Because you know why? I think Father's Day has always kind of landed like on the 16th, because that's what I've been thinking. And yeah, and when I looked at the calendar, I was like, okay, it's the 21st. Yeah.
And it's the leap year that kind of just throws everything off.
Right.
Make it a little funky. So yes. So I mean, whatever you want to do, but I just wanted to describe the conference call experience, since you all are used to online. And Reverend James was on last month. So
she and I actually spoke on, because she was administering communion on Saturday, the drive-by communion. And so she and I were able to talk, briefly, and she told me about her experience, and she was just like, it was so weird. She's like, I'm sitting there holding the phone, and she's reading her manuscript, and she's and so she said that she said, well, I had it printed out, and she said, listening to everything prior to, she said, she was able to engage and feel it, but she said as she was preaching, she said she really couldn't hear some of the feedback that would, give her that, okay, that hallelujah, something that would give her that push to keep going. And she said that was, it was a tough experience for her. But what I had explained to her, when I was in, I want to say my first year in Board of Examiners, they had us to do our call story and to record ourselves. And we had to stand up, position your camera, your computer, whatever, and give your call story as if you were talking to a group of people. And I told her that really helped me, because there's nobody in the room, but you still have to present as if the room was full of people. And also for one of my classes, I had to do the same thing, but I had to preach a sermon. Recorded myself preaching a sermon, to my computer. And so I was telling her, I said, well, I'm going to have my sermon on my computer. So that way I can see it, and my phone is down. So my hands are free to, to do whatever it is that I need to do, scroll or whatever. But, I think for her it was more so a drawback, because of technology.
Right, yeah.
You know, because I would never hold my phone in my hand.
Right, that's
you
so
know.
surprised you said that, because she asked me about it. I didn't even think to say that to her, but I told her I usually put it on speakerphone, and I just have it on the table, though, but I didn't say that part of it. I did. So she asked me, how do you do it? I said it's on speakerphone, so I guess I thought with her, you know, knowing I'm saying speakerphone, she could just put it down. I just put it on my dining room table, and I preached to it. You know, that when we first started, I asked them, can you hear me clearly? Because remember, I do have older members.
Right.
Some feedback, girl. Sometimes I'm like, one time someone's like, get the oatmeal. I'm like, hey, so y'all having oatmeal, you know? It's just like, I'm like, you know, we can still hear you whispering, right? Like, it's
oh Lord.
to them. But I am surprised that she didn't hear any. The typical thing, though, unfortunately, is there's like a slight delay. So once you've said, so I kind of like pace yourself. That's what I realized. I didn't tell her, like, pace yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And allow for that, just a second though, but allow for that second to happen, because then you will hear them say amen, because they do not know how to mute. And and what the conference call line that the church has, it's not, I mean, I think there might be a way to do it, but it's some program I'm not familiar with called Uber Conference.
Mm-hmm.
And I keep saying I'm going to try and move them over into Zoom, and then something happens, and I'm thinking, gosh, they can't even get the conference call line. I don't know if they can get Zoom.
But you know what, Reverend Natalie, I want to let me encourage you in this, that you will be surprised at what our senior saints can do. Yes.
I thought you all did something with them explaining it.
Yes, I did. Initially, before COVID happened, different people, because I lead, you know, a small group on Sundays, and so they would tell me, oh, I don't know how to do this, or I don't know how to do that.
So
and they kept saying, you need to teach a class. You need to teach a class, you know. And another thing, you would be surprised that it's not just like the senior saints. You may have some saints in you know, who are just turning 50, you know, who they really don't get it, and they are embarrassed to say they don't get it.
I definitely have those, but that's the problem I think I'm having, because I can't physically show them. Like, I wish I had that moment now to have get to show them what it is they should be doing to get on a Zoom call. I mean, at least the other day I realized you can have a telephone number to call into for Zoom, and I think they'll feel safer with that, and then at least I can mute them as the administrator if I needed to.
Right.
Hear them.
And there is, so you do have the option of them phoning in via Zoom. And you have the option of, you know, of them coming on with their video. So there are both options. When we did the meetup with Reverend Maria, I had to I got Brother Justin, we were preparing to send out the text, and he was only sending out the link for the video. And I said, but what if, you know, you have members who don't feel comfortable, you know, with the video? We need to give them the option of the call. But I would say this, I know that there are videos, and I don't know, maybe it's already so late into the process that it doesn't make sense to switch. But even if you did just try to say, let's just check in, and you send out the Zoom link, you know, to the people or what have you, and see how many people are able to check in. That face-to-face connection is so important. Even tonight, we're doing something Wednesday Empowerment on Wednesday, and Dr. Krosky is one of the presenters, and she's one of our saints, you know, she struggled with technology, and so I was able to get her on, send her a link, and she got on with no problem. You know, just clicking a link.
Right. Yeah, and then that's the thing. Like, when I first saw Zoom, I was seeing people just send the link, and then something recently, I think it was my Tuskegee. Oh yeah, my Tuskegee.
Don't make me choke.
Alumni chapter. Where they said, wanted the number also, and because I was coming from the grocery store,
Mhm.
had it in, I was like, oh, let me call the number because I don't feel like, showing video of me fidgeting and moving all around while I'm driving.
Right.
And I said, was more, and then I clicked on and got on the video part of it, once I got home and settled. So I said, I didn't realize it always offered a number, and I think they would do well with getting on with a number.
Right.
But I do like the idea what you're saying, kind of like just check in, because that's what we come together every, right before first Sunday. So Saturday before first Sunday to let them drop off, and everyone talks about seeing each other. So maybe like what you're saying, like a check-in, just so we can see each other.
Right.
Until we officially, come back into the sanctuary.
Exactly. Exactly.
To kind of test it. Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, so we don't have a full service to test it, just kind of checking it and
right, because you
figure it out.
you don't want to change on them, something so drastically, but just a quick, midweek, hey y'all, check in and see how many people get on.
Right. Yeah.
The seeing each other, you would be so surprised. I'm telling you, when we did the meetup with Reverend Maria, I honestly was like, who are these people? There are so many people that it was just like, oh my gosh, so many faces, names, putting a name with a face. But and we didn't talk about anything. Honestly, it wasn't like a scheduled program or anything. It was just like, what y'all eating?
What you doing, girl?
Literally.
Right. That's good. I like that idea for them. I mean, the great part though is, on average, when I started there in November, so on average we would have 25 to 30 people in the church, if that many.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had consistently over 40 people and maxed up to 60 something. So we've definitely increased over the phone line.
Right.
I had a member who's been on my sick and shut-in list who I've had to go commune, who's on there every Sunday now.
Wow.
So we get that part of it. That is just a major blessing. Or like somebody who has been very faithful with coming to church, but she had surgery.
Mm-hmm.
So she couldn't come. And so once this all happened, she was able to join back on again, and actually we had members who were I don't even know what church they're part of. They're from another state. But because their church hadn't figured out anything, they were joining our services.
Oh,
because
wow.
they weren't prepared for it. Their church hadn't had anything.
Right.
Eventually they did come up, I think, I don't know what they came up with, but I know they stopped coming, but they would come on the line about 3 or 4 Sundays they came.
Mm-hmm.
I was including them on the roll call, So I do go through a roll call so we can celebrate how many people are on the call. They do like that. And, just a regular service. And I'll send you the order of service, but, the typical call to worship. We just kind of open up. I do have a litany for them to read, which, I just let them interact. But you can imagine several people trying to talk all at one time. It's a smash of craziness. But for them to feel, for everyone to feel like they're a part of the service in some kind of way.
Right.
I have one older member who will join in on every song, although someone else is supposed to lead it. Even to the point, one time for our church anniversary, I gave the litany, but I only wanted a steward and a trustee to read it.
Mm-hmm.
And she read the steward part. So the steward just stopped. She was just like, okay, let Sister Herschel take this over because she's so involved in it. But, it's fun at the same time. Just everybody just greeting each other. And like I said, the growth that's happened, the prayers that happen. And you know what? I was really concerned about the giving. And that's why we do have to meet at least once a month, because they will come by. That's the concept where I'm telling you, I don't know if they can get it, because they're having a hard time doing it online. And a lot of times we're collecting money when they come, to pick up the communion kits.
Right. Well, I would say this about the giving, because when we initially went, totally virtual, Pastor White had me to reach out to our senior saints, right? I don't know why, but he's like, you like older people. And so I reached out, to them to let them know, the different ways you can give. And, Brother Brown, he was like, I will get on. He worships through the app. He says, so I worship through the app. That's no problem for me. But tell Pastor I am not giving online because this is what happened to my bank account before. And somebody stole my information and this. And he went on and on. He said, so tell Pastor I will come and bring my check and put it in the mailbox. And I think from then, that's how he's given, And so I said, well, I will make sure I let him know. And probably like the next day he texted me and he said, did you tell Pastor what I said? But there have been, from what I understand, there have been some of our, what Sister George told me that she gave online for the first time since we since COVID. And she was just like, it was so easy. And, and now I'm set up. So it just, it's different for different people. Some people are willing to, go out there. This is the way of the world. I'm going to, experience it. And then you have some of those people who are just going to stay on the shore and, as long as I can see the water, I'm fine. But Brother Brown, he's like, but he told me something, Reverend, that just really, it's still sticking with me. Because I was telling him, I said, well, you can worship via Facebook or YouTube, we're on YouTube, you can watch it on your TV, this, that, and the other. And he said, Reverend, you have to know your members. He said, I'm not on social media and I don't desire to get on social media. So, I know the app is available for us to be able to, to worship. And he said, that's how I worship. But when he told me, he said, Reverend, you have to know your members. That thing felt like a knife in my heart. And I was like, Lord, I'm gonna know my members from here on out, Jesus.
Yeah, that's really important too, and I think you're right. There's some I won't get to move over because I can tell the type of phone they have. That's where I know they just don't know how to fully utilize everything that phone could do.
Right.
So I could help them move over, and once they learn, then they can maybe share and teach others. And that probably the next time. I should have done this last time. Is have like when they come by, I'll show you how to do it.
Right, and you know what? That's what we did when I have a little how-to that I put together when we had this tech training. Right, you need. And I will be willing to come to the church one Saturday when we go back into the church and do this. But it's hands-on. I had Brianna was there, and I had a college student who came to get some credit for class. And Brianna sat with Sister Pat Garvin, and the other young lady sat with Sister Gwen Jones. Now, mind you, it's more than 2 people in this church who I've heard say, I don't know how this phone works. I have problems with that, but those were the only 2 people who showed up. And literally we were walking them through, okay, this is how you change, update your profile picture in the sisters group me. This is how you, set a lock for your phone. This is how, and so it needs to be hands-on because I said, you know what? All you guys go into T-Mobile and get $1,000 phone and they box it up real nice for you, but you take it home and you don't know anything about how to work it.
Okay. I said this last time I bought this phone, I said I'm gonna actually read the instructions. Here I am. I still ain't read. I know I'm not even fully using it to the full, max.
Listen, me either. I had to tell Pastor White today. I did a flyer for the Wednesday night enrichment. I have this Mac, and so he wrote me back. He said, "Oh, you're doing flyers on your Mac, huh?" And I said, that's the only way I will learn how to use it.
Do it, yeah.
I have my Surface here. That's, it's my work computer. But the only way that I'm going to learn how to use this Mac is if I actually use it.
Right.
So, yeah. But I will definitely send you send you the little pamphlet that I put together for,
Yes.
and it's just really talking about your smartphone, you know, usages or whatever. But anything, if you want me to, you know, throw together a flyer, you know, hey, check in, y'all, you know.
Okay, right. Exactly.
Metropolitan check in, you know, via Zoom or whatever. I'll do that.
I think they really appreciate that.
Right. You know, it's really the small things that go a long way. And, you know, everybody says, you know, we're social distancing, you know, this, that, and the other. And I said, no, we are physically distancing.
Right.
You know, we are not socially distancing because we can still get on the phone and call each other.
That's true.
But the check-in, I'm telling you, you put the Zoom link, you can connect via video or on the phone. You would be surprised at the people. They will find somebody. Let me tell you.
They want to meet up with their members.
Mother Maynard was on the meetup.
I saw that.
Listen, and was one, and let me tell you something. Mother Maynard had, I guess, one of her grandchildren to get her, you know, set her up and get her on the Zoom. Mother Maynard knew how to get, you know, figure out her way better than some of the people who were younger than her.
Really?
Yes. I was like, I said, Lord Jesus.
Okay.
We had people with the phone upside down and everything. And I was like, I said, now y'all need to do better.
Okay.
Y'all got this woman.
Y'all know what's that. Hold the phone up now.
Exactly. Y'all need to do better.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm telling you, they will figure it out. They will figure it out. But you put both, you know, you put the number, you put the link for them to log on via, you know, via the video. And yeah.
And I guess it's simple. I haven't even tried to look, but I can create a meeting. I got to have the Zoom app and stuff. It's just creating it, or is there cost associated with it?
It's free up until, I want to say it's like a 45 minutes, and you can get it you can do it for free.
Okay.
But beyond that,
yeah,
beyond that, then you have to pay or whatever, or no, then you have to like start a new session. But I mean, you don't want to be on there for a long time, right? You set it for 30 minutes, you know, get on, talk to everybody, see everybody, and, you know, greet them. Hey, we miss you guys. And then that's it. We're off.
And that is, do you keep that meeting ID? You know, like, is that the that was the other part. Is it the same number every time?
I don't think so. I think so. Once you download, Zoom, because it's like Google Meet, right? You download Zoom. Each time you'll have a, you know, a meeting ID. But if you want to do it, like every week or every other week, you can schedule that too. And then I think you would have the same, you know, the same code or whatever. Right.
Okay.
So they're not looking for, and then you just put out the same flyer, you know, hey, meet us on, you know, the check-in. Yep.
That'd be good. I think I definitely want to try that. When you say the flyers, you mean like the flyers I could post, like if I want to do it on social media too?
Girl, yeah.
Like kind of,
I mean, so no, I don't know how you send out information to you know, your members, but and who's on Facebook or, you know, your website or what have you, but I'm sure most of them are on social media. And so you have your flyer, you know, Metropolitan meetup, you know, whatever, via Zoom. It's the small things that go a long way, because I'm telling you, they're gonna see the flyer and be like, oh, we doing something.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You create those. You create like what we see on social media.
So
you're trying to do that on Mac?
So it's either between myself and Sister Keisha, but like the sermon chat flyer with the pastors, I created that. It's just, you know, it's something simple. The little meetup flyer for Reverend Maria, I did it. I'm trying my hand at a little something here and there. You know, I'm not no designer, but I can get some information out there.
Put the words together and add a little nice font and some pictures or something.
Exactly.
Graphics. Okay. No, I'm gonna. I definitely I think I'm ready to do that. The meetup. I think that's a really good step for them. Just to
Right.
get the taste of it and see.
Right.
So, yeah.
So Metropolitan Meetup.
Yes. I just need to pick a date and a time.
Yep. And send me your
Yeah.
Zoom information. You just put that's it.
Okay, now I found out you're doing flyers. I just realized that Killa is doing
T-shirts.
Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute, because I've seen her post pictures, and yesterday I'm like, wait a minute, are you making these? Is that what I'm getting from this? Like,
Yes. She bought a what's it called, a creek cut?
Right. Okay.
Maybe a couple months ago, and made a T-shirt when we first went into lockdown, right? Or quarantine. It was like Psalm 91. That's where Pastor was preaching from.
Right, I remember seeing that.
So everybody had their, everybody wore their T-shirts that first week or whatever. And so every week, Pastor White has had her to make a T-shirt. So, so when you see him with a T-shirt, it's a T-shirt idea that he's given her to make. So then it was the Grace shirts, and then there were it's some of everything, and so we see ideas, and I'll be like, can you make me this shirt?
I know, but that's what she said. Send me ideas. And so why did I tell my husband, he's seen the pictures, see if she can do this, see if she can. I'm like, I don't know what, because it looks more like words, but he's sending images. So she said I could try it.
Listen, she has an order. She has an order for 200 T-shirts.
What?
Yes. Yes, for 200, like just like that. And it's so amazing because, of course she's a teacher, and I said, and now school is closed. So, and she has the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, I literally just today we were communicating on IG, like, cause and what are you doing? So I'm trying to place an order with her, and I definitely want the Black Lives Matter one. But then she said, or send ideas. Well, I'm gonna have to have one before we walk by faith and not by sight. I just thought about that as we're talking right now. I've got to get that shirt,
right?
So I could ask her to make that one. Yeah. Okay. All that talent within IT.
Listen, people are doing their thing, honey. People are doing their thing.
Okay. That's great. Definitely missing y'all, but I've been meaning, I said, I keep saying, I'm going to call you. So let me call you right now. Because that's what I was messaging her. And I said, I need to call Andrea. So my husband was like, where are you going? I said, I'm about to make the call and I'm going to jump in the shower.
Yeah.
What's going to happen? So, yeah. Cool. Well, if you have any other questions, but that's basically how it goes for us on the conference call.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
I was waiting for that to come out. Thank you. And we usually last, I would say my sermons are 2 pages. That's what but it's typically 10 minutes.
Okay.
No more than 15. And this was first Sunday, so we went just about at an hour. It was maybe 2 minutes short of an hour.
Okay.
With communion service. So usually we're about 45 minutes. So we're not on too long.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are your colors? What are Metropolitan's colors?
That is a good question. I don't know. I've always just known purple, but I know that's the AME church. I don't know if Metropolitan has colors. Because IT has red and white.
Right.
I don't know if they have colors.
Okay.
That is a good question. I'm going to have to ask them. I know I saw somebody with, no, but that wasn't related. I was going to say with blue, but that was, I know that was women missionaries specifically. It wasn't, because of the colors of the church.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm-hmm. But we're seeing, I definitely, like I've said, this is what's been a leap of faith. It's been really rewarding. And now we're on more of the physical things about the church that need to get done. So that's been a different kind of walk. This is the perfect time to get our church tented because of the termites we have. And because of the financial blessings, people have been committed to giving, although I thought they would stop.
Right.
We're able to actually, do that, and we got a couple breaks financially, just like don't have to pay the whole late fee.
Right.
For our mortgage, those kind of things. So it's been good. It's been good.
Right, that's a blessing.
It is.
That
It
is
really
a
has
blessing.
been. So thank you, ma'am. I will be in contact with you when I'm ready for that meetup.
Okay.
Because I got to figure that, what date might work as a nice little meetup for the group and
Right.
announce it and everything. So we can do that. But I will let you know so you can test your flyer making skills out on us.
I know, right? My flyers are free, by the way, because you ain't gonna pay nothing for this.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no, this ain't no.
Okay.
This on the house.
Oh, thank you so
Yeah,
much.
you ain't even got to tell nobody you got it from me.
Okay.
I mean, it's
I'm getting
decent,
this
but
shout out.
it's decent, but this ain't no.
Oh, wait, right here. You say.
This ain't no Aquila,
Right,
t-shirt
right.
making
T-shirt
business.
making, okay. I'm like, what is going on here? I did notice all y'all, posting these T-shirts,
Right.
but not connecting it to her at all. And then all of a sudden it just dawned on me because she did the Black Lives Matter one, and I'm like, wait a minute, are you making? Like, I literally wait, are you making these shirts? That was my question to her.
Right. She is making T-shirts.
Okay, that's awesome though.
Yeah.
Timing is perfect. That's what I keep trying to say. What can we figure out? Because we got to start bringing in revenue for ourselves. Not a company. Like we've got to, Eric, of course, is a chef. So how can we maximize that?
Right. Right. And there's
COVID world now.
In COVID world, and that's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
But I know, because we've ordered some food, here and there. We've cooked more, but we have ordered some food. And for I think maybe 2 places that we've ordered from, it's been fresh. It's been, it's better than we've, to me, it's better than before COVID. So, I don't know if they are. It seems like they're taking more care, to what it is, the product that they're putting out.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that we have to do that to have a virus come for us to take more care to be sanitation. But I'm always, when I think about movie theaters or even restaurants, I always think about how well are they sanitizing?
Right.
How much are they wiping down after all these butts, these booths and these chairs, all day, every day, are they wiping down everything thoroughly? But now they have to. So
right.
There you go. Okay.
Now they have to.
Okay. Well, thank you, ma'am. I got blessed out of this call that I've keep saying I'm gonna do. So.
Well, praise the Lord.
I appreciate that for sure.
Definitely.
I'll let you know when we do the meetup, the time and the date.
Okay.
Okay. If you have any other questions, just let me know.
I will be ready.
Okay. And then I need to let Pastor know, White, about when you're coming to preach. Does he know?
Oh, I told him.
Okay.
I told him. He actually told me. He said, he mentioned you on our prayer call. We have a leadership prayer call.
You know what? And I figured somebody had to say something because all of a sudden a couple people reached out to me out of nowhere. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Okay, I didn't know that it was on the corporate call, but it might have been. But so we have a leadership prayer call, and he was just like, yeah, let's pray for Reverend Natalie, something or another. And so I reached out to him. I said, is there anything that we could do for Reverend Natalie? Like, how can we support her? And he said to me, she's going to be reaching out to you to preach one Sunday. And I was just like, it was so funny because I was just like, okay, because you had already reached out to us like a month or 2 ago. Right. So I was like, okay.
Okay. Yes.
So after you confirmed with me that it would be Father's Day, I told him, I said, well, I'm gonna, I'll be preaching for Reverend Natalie on Father's Day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't realize just how much
I've been, doing the sermons, but when I had that break and Reverend James preached,
Mm-hmm.
it just helped me so much. I have to do this once a month. I literally, because that was the weekend of my father's birthday, and we went over to the house after the service, and I said, all I know is that I need a preacher at least once a month.
Right,
right. That was like so rewarding. So I got him down for July, by the way.
Oh, okay. He just told us.
I need to get a killer in there too.
Right. He just told us to tonight. He said he's been asked to preach in Michigan. He said, but I'm not going to Michigan. So.
Oh, really? He's gonna do it online.
Yeah, he's gonna tape the service and send it to them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing some people are doing too, doing their sermons like the Saturday.
Yeah, well, that's what we do.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so we're on Saturdays, we're at the church, we tape it on Saturday, and we just load it through the streaming service on Sunday morning.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So you go to the church though, physically?
Yeah, we physically go to the church. So the singers are there, the camera video people are there. Yeah.
That's another thing to tell you too. We didn't have musicians before, really. I need to talk to the one person who was doing it for me.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have them now. So what I do is I have like a soloist, someone just to sing that day of.
Okay. Okay.
More so than the congregation, because oh my gosh, the first time we sang, all of us tried to sing at one time. It was hilarious.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Pretty bad. And I was like, okay, we can't do this anymore. I've got to I only have two people who really have said they can sing, although I found a third one in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
And so they just leave the song. So, but you'll see that there's no music or anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I wanted to play a minute or so song, I could. Yes,
and I do have done that too. I'll play like right before, or sometimes after I have a song ready to go, and I just said, after let us kind of marinate on that word.
Okay.
And listen to this song.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All righty. You've talked me into let me go shower and get myself in the bed.
I know, girl. I'm hoping off that phone. That computer.
I'm moving right now.
Okay. Thank you again.
Thank you. Okay. You have a good night. Okay.
You too.
All right. Bye-bye. Oh, Father.
He also said I can't read me when they were trying to get him into his one. He used that bad plan too, so should the police believe it? I don't know. My client's living in street. But what's compelling is when the ambulance comes, my client goes in the ambulance, 4 days on the force, goes in the ambulance and starts his own CPR, pushing down on his chest, which he did for a lengthy period of time until he got the machine out, attempting to revive Mr. Floyd. He didn't want to see the man die. Nobody would work out anything like that. My officer tried to make it wrong. We can't talk about that because that's communication between my client and myself, which is confidential, as you know. But there are also related things that he learned from the account in terms of what he was seeing and what he saw. Relating things to what I saw in the video. You look at the video when you get right there on his body video, and you'll see. And I'm not 100% as to the accuracy. I think I get it. You got what you're saying. I'm sorry, counsel, but a lot of people are excited about this, but I gotta tell you,
Look, we got more we gotta discuss. We got another 5 minutes on. Sure. This matters too much. Let's take another break. I want to get into full conversation because this matters. There's just too much on the line about what people perceive and what they should have from their police and what should have been done. Stay with me. Kelsey was on schedule for this coverage, and now she has the same sense. You do essential oil treatment. Do you have a life insurance policy you don't renew? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct for renewal. We copy a plan with their $100. Oh, it's the thing your lives. We need your life to supplement our income. Our friends hold their policy to help build another policy. What do you think? Maybe some kind of policy will help our retirement. I'm saying so I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explain life insurance is a high price, but they can sell it. We learned we can sell all of our policies or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement and freedom of life. If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel and let your policy lapse without finding out what's true. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies or qualify for Coventry Direct, redefine your insurance. We believe that you may be able to recapture your first book. We want that you know that America's major special for veterans and active duty service. Some of them are living their lives right now today. For the things we have. So for us, at Mission, to help those people who's working in it is a labor of love. It's a noble service. No wrong.
Your Carvana, the company who invented car vending machines and buy your car 100% online, now created a brand new way for you to sell your car. Whether it's a year old or 2 years old, we want to buy your car. So go to Carvana and enter your license plate, answer a few questions, and our techno way to recalculate your car value and give you a real offer in seconds. When you're ready, we'll come to you, pay you on your spot, and start your car for nothing. So this deal saves on the gas and takes the rest anyway. Carvana.
So far, I've been using all my loans, so I'm going to interest rate at 1.8. First, just to the Minnesota authorities, Will Counselor Earl Gray here, who was honestly attorney in one of the three offices, that's going to be tried, along with their children for the death of George Floyd. We need to release the body cam footage. Counselor's in a position to tell us what he's seen. I appreciate that. We need to release the footage. They'll have to see this for themselves. I know there's a trial coming. I'm a lawyer. But this is about more than a court of law. Let your citizens see what happens. Now, counselor, that's not for you, that's politics. Back to the law. Your client, they can't read this. No, I know you can't. I'm not asking you to, counsel. Please, that was just talking, to the official, not you. Apologies. Now, help me understand. Your client is on the legs. He doesn't think they're doing the right thing. He wants to turn Mr. Floyd on his side. Chauvin says no. He asks again. Chauvin says no. He does what he's told. He doesn't think it's right. There's a duty to intervene, and there's also called human compassion. Why didn't he get off the man if he didn't think that they were doing it right?
Well, first of all, hindsight was very accurate. He thought he was doing what was right, and he was trying to suggest to Chauvin that maybe we should roll him on the side. He wasn't sure. He's got a 20-year veteran, and I know, well, people say, well, so what? Well, what do you mean, so what? The police force is like a military. You have a guy with 20 years experience, and you have 4 days. The other fellow that's for King has 3 days. I mean, put yourself in that position as a trained police officer who was trained by this guy. That was one of his training officers. And don't use your hindsight. You think he's under the influence of a drug. He did everything that he thought he was supposed to do. And he did more than that. He went into the ambulance, and he's the one that was doing CPR. He's a man of compassion. He's not a violent person. And I'd like to change the subject just once here to show you, because you are a lawyer, I'm a lawyer. Can you imagine the difficulty in giving my client a fair trial, the presumption of innocence, and an unbiased jury, when this mayor tonight, here's what he said. Mayor Clay said that George Floyd was murdered. That's what he said. By, he didn't say for, he said by one of our police officers. What kind of comment is that by any politician who has any semblance of fairness to give one of his employees a police officer?
Counsel, first of all, he's a politician. All right, he's not doing the prosecution, he's going to the attorney general. But listen, you've got to deal with the optics of what we deal with the city. You and I probably have never seen a case where someone kneels on the throat of somebody as long as happened with George Floyd. Chauvin, attorney's going to have.
Oh boy.